задумчиво глядя в мое окно. Опять защемит грудь, и в душу влезет грусть. По памяти пойдет со мной. Пойдет разворошить и вместе согрешить с той девочкой, что так давно любил. С той девочкой ушла, с той девочкой пришла. Забыть ее не хватит сил. Владимирский Централ, этапом истерии лежит на сердце тяжкий груз. Владимирский Централ, когда я банковал, но не очко обычно буду, а к 11 тут. Там под окном закат, проталина тонка, и все, что не долга, моя весна. Я радуюсь, что здесь хоть этот иной есть, как мне твоя любовь нужна. Владимирский Централ, этапом истерии лежит на сердце тяжкий груз. Владимирский Централ, хотя я банковал, но не очко обычно губит, к 11 тут. Тяжкий груз. Владимирский Централ, хотя я банковал, но не очко обычно губит, а к 11 тут.
Привет, карлики. Не знаю даже, что и сказать. Последние события, что произошли в Красногорске, это просто ужасно. Что я могу еще сказать? Это душераздирающая хуйня. Очень жаль людей. Если сегодня какие-то донаты в теории будут, то лучше, конечно, от них воздержаться. Вот, и отправлять все на Красный Крест. Кто живет в Москве, сдавайте кровь и все такое. Сегодня у нас субботний стрим по диско Elysium. 7-я часть. Сейчас потихоньку будем вспоминать, ждать Кима. Посмотрим, что там будет. Не знаю, со скольки здесь уже начинается вечер, когда сюда приходят люди. Я думаю, я уже могу выступить. Сейчас я поприличнее оденусь. Таким вот образом. Ну, погнали, погнали.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Драма. Может быть, нам все-таки драматично одеться? У меня майка на драму. Сейчас спою. Бутылки у меня уже нету, что ли? Она же была на 4 использования, разве нет? Синяя ручка, инструменты. А вот this. А, ну мне дает физиологию. Ладно тогда. Главное, чтобы мне ее ничего не снимало, драму. Да, окей, я готов.
You feel
So, are you ready for your...
the air is thick. The stage, you feel
So, are you ready for...
the air is thick when someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there.
Без субтитров поет.
Stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
А, вот он текст. Церковь мала бывает побольше, мыши река там журчит между скал, как сердцеется ее обнимают утес. Я так часто бывал за церквушкой трава, там счастлив бывал, хотел бы остаться, но теперь ты один, и всю жизнь пусто. Ленивые хлопки кафешку оглашают, а про тело вспоминайте, и руки-то они трясутся. Вдруг осознаете вы.
Yes, well, I'm just doing my job, that's all. But, are you done now? Can I unplug the microphone? I'd like to unplug the microphone.
Окей. К речице игральных костей мне нужно будет зайти в четверг. Получается, в четверг, когда там 1, 4, 8. Ну, короче, утром пойдем, уже будет готово. С утра уже можно будет к ней сходить. Можем пока сделать побочку с вот этой стеной. Собрать информацию о маргиналах. Да, можно это сделать. До 9. Нам вообще говорили приходить к Куряке завтра после 9. Но было написано, что на двери, что можно после 9. Затестим. Я думаю, затестим. Сейчас сходим. Окей, да, в общем, всем спасибо. Мы удаляем совершить правосудие, yes. С монтировкой и с пакетом для тары. У нее можно спросить кисточки.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
Она в любом случае бы нас нахуй послала, или что? Там был, по-моему, второй вариант неплохой. Сейчас разберемся, это не проблема для Фомаса Феймуса. Фомас пока что нету с нами, но он приходит по средам, а иногда и в другие дни. Там его и не понять. Даже. У нас все на концептуализацию.
Hello again, officers. Hello again, officers.
Hello again.
Hello again, officers. Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going. She squints her eyes.
On fire. I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. Didn't we all? I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. Insult me all you want. You're still an art cop. Sans on.
Oops, my apologies. I guess I was trying too hard. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach.
Давай.
Brutality.
How come you're letting this baby rat run circles around you? End this now.
Fine, take it. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall.
Окей, нам надо ждать Кимрайт. Найдите мазут, который используется для правительственного транспорта, и возвращайтесь к стене. Правительственный транспорт. Кима разве? У нас же нет машины. Можно с Гартом поговорить по поводу проклятого отеля. Вот, видишь, после 9. Посмотрим. Не написано же, что завтра после 9. Вот, и в 10 нам еще вот сюда вот надо будет идти в 10 вечера. Серийный номер — это когда приедет Ким. Да, нужно просто говорить всем, что я закон, и тогда я получу кисти. Так с людьми разговаривать просто не получится здесь. Прям побазарим с Гартом. Мне дадут, интересно, какое-нибудь достижение, что я ему отдам эту птицу, или она просто там будет висеть? Я же ее все-таки нашел.
There, working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing her? But he is missing. You heard her, the worry in her voice. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what she...
Yes.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of...
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what?
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. He's also... No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
There. She's worried now. She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's slightly chubby.
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body type she's referring to is called a
Франко-нигрийским крепким.
You both share what? I'm not sure about the rest, but softly round sounds about right. He's not in great shape. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. It's his cool
Нам в любом
jacket.
случае нужно где-то провести 2
Walks
часа.
around in this, but he refuses to change. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm.
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast. And it's making her more...
Я предполагаю, где может быть ее муж, одним из тех алкоголиков через мост.
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off.
Может быть, она скажет, какая книга потерялась, я ее куплю и отдам ей. Скажу, он пропал, Рили.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is a missing... She turns away from you.
So you are going to look for him. Thank you. Please do. Even right.
She gives
Не-не. Мне все понятно, я просто не люблю разные цвета диалогов. Вот он, да. Так, с Гартом еще побазарить.
the dented yellow mail. The mail collection.
Можно какое-то достижение выбить, если гладить ящики.
The mail
Или нет.
The male
Там какие-то типа не целые числа, там не 5, не 10, что-то 7 или 9. Нужно раз погладить.
the male
Или нет. Может быть, надо разное что-то гладить.
the male
Но там было какое-то достижение про взаимодействие с типа неживыми предметами.
the male collection box. The male
Ладно, я поглажу сейчас еще раз тогда. Не знаю, наверное, уже раз 10 погладил.
the male collection box has no faith in your
Или
skill.
пнуть надо. Ну, пнуть не, у меня не так много здоровья.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? It was all right. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you? What is this thing? Cool. Okay. I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like shit. But I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. This was mostly about the fucking cut.
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time and yours?
Он же просто стоит за прилавком.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first. What wonderful news. Thank you, dear. You've already, and if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the world. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back.
The water lock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. Listen, sweetie, I hate to ask, but if your investigation happens to take you to the other...
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired.
Эй, в смысле отказаться?
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less. I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae. Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a hence it's named the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll...
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciates the creature's name.
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. Surely things can't be that bad? You know where we are, right? That's right. In a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise. Yes. And Revachol? The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the... Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you then, but now she relaxes her shoulders. Outside, spring rain seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, sweetie, it's really not. There used to be people who thought that Brevachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition.
But they still have cops.
Oh dear, and you were doing so well. There aren't really any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement... we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Someone more educated in these things than me? Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in but thank you, sweetie. You did make me forget about my worries for a while.
Богатый либо Эврар, либо тот чувак в контейнере.
Hey, was that
Well, bringing in that new bird.
another thing? Great. I love those. Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it, I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Oh, okay, well, I did hear you make noise back there. Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make off one.
Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning to sell them. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a complete...
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling. Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion. Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company. You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Athenians. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags. You're vast.
Good pick.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling that...
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we... Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Loser. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all... If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
I'll be back. Да. Пойдем к богачу, которого мы знаем. Я предложу ему бизнес криптозоологии.
And low, actually, at the level this guy.
Go right ahead. What do you mean? Go right ahead. Don't be shy. Oh, it's some statistics among other things. No, not really. Traveling. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Oh, it's a shame I can't get out and explore smart luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems. Don't get
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low network.
Go right ahead.
Что-то хрень какая-то. Наверное, у него не прибавилось диалогов. Айврар, например. Он тоже богатый чел.
Mr. Dubois, every worker. To hell with it. Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small, not even a speck of anger in his voice.
Хуйня какая-то. Зачем я ему это сказал? Так, ладно, 9 часов, пойдем к Уряке. Тут у нас что-то не складывается. Пазл. Ни хрена. Ну, было написано, что завтра после 9. Если сейчас не сработает, то, в принципе, я не удивлен. Значит, мы пойдем кое-куда еще.
This door is made of metal. No one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back tomorrow.
Окей. Все закрыто. Стоп, а что насчет этих маргиналов? Почему я здесь ничего не залутал?
Bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained part, something underneath it. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. And God knows what else. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Какое задание обновилось? Про Куна что-то?
A lump of flesh is sticking out from under. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. The aging alcoholic is the man groan. The aging alcoholic is the man. The aging alcoholic. The man groans, and then it dawns upon you. Pig, he says. He's trying to call you a pig. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. The light from the window is weak. Don't forget his face, the bloated and reddened cheeks. There's still plenty to be scared of here, just not what you thought. No response. A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man. But he is in there. Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping. The pile of blankets. A coronary artery bypass graft. Take out his liver and replace it with a new one. Somehow undo 20 years of neurological damage from stimulants. A change in the socio-economic circumstances wouldn't hurt.
Ладно, это бесполезно. О, лук. Ботинки какие-то.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me?
Scare them. Suspected of some. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy. The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting yours. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether they're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obvious...
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my rep?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuable. And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of... I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and...
The radio computer wizards are invested with magical economic powers.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time, or both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Обе.
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. It is. Everyone says the real estate agents don't do anything. But here I am in the middle of the night cleaning up someone's crash pad. So the sooner we get this over with, the better. Of course.
All right.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Oh, I do like wizards, and people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us.
She means clairvoyance.
Ладно. Так, окей. Тут какие-то челы были, какие-то мусорщики. Вроде с ним нельзя было говорить. А дети все еще на улице? Или чё? Ночью-то. Что-то за комната странная. Наверное, уже никого нет. А, есть бродяги. Как я.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap.
Нифига.
Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
The hook? Where is it? I can't see it.
Of course, of course, of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. You know what's crazy, actually? What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, those arseholes. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. Yeah, be careful. It's extreme.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde amnesia.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? 3 real and it's yours.
That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Sure, friend. You know it.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions. I'll give you the lowdown.
Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Aye, it's what I said. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Just make
Ладно,
sure you
выкупим.
enjoy.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Я, разумеется, продам эту хрень.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeeper, friend. But come back anyway.
Айт. Так. Кисть. Голубой спирт. В 2 раза дороже, мы можем его продать.
Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail?
The man hiccups. Then
По-моему, я у него уже это спрашивал, почему...
to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
The drunk man starts coughing. He does not sound well at all.
Don't call. Don't call.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind.
Don't call.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
Ладно, хрен с ним.
Tequila sunset. We are saving.
Play.
Okay, so now it's a pirate can't really.
He really has no idea.
Didn't I?
And also scary to tell you.
Ладно, это все было. Какой-то барыга, оказывается.
He's back. And firstly, I got smokes.
Ладно, Сиги у него тоже возьмем.
Here you go, friend.
А это все нахрен. Что-то под палетом у нас. Забрать. Так. Yes.
The old woman still sits in her chair.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. My suggestion is don't go any.
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Не. Я пока не пойду. О, забрать лут.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
I don't think so.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? Yes. And will you start an official investigation? I don't believe that for one moment, officer. I'm just going to assume that departmental regulations prevent you from saying anything more. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate Cronell, an Oronese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, Our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment. The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched. Like nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow. They won't. My only hope is that yours provides a single concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Union has over 2,000 men.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, detective? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from following suit. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Так, сейчас я подойду. Так, Jesus back.
Not much. Public resume is relatively good as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients, Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have... If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though. Ah, yes, your condition. The International Collaborative Police maintains a database for these sorts of things. Perhaps you should consult it. It was just a suggestion. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez. Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him. Lely, his service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. He was 40, or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions. He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes, ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Что-то я особо не понимаю, о чем речь.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
97%.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
The situation at the gates is a powder keg. She says she wants to avert catastrophe, but that's where she draws the line. I call bullshit.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible. I hope I can answer it better. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience. Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first at Rivershoal. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Rivershoal in the heart. They started the tradition of
the old world passing by, and the new world already here.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning. His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you. Is there anything else I can help you with? This reality.
Yes, reality is your side case, an experimental side case.
No, but please, a little context. We're not in...
We have time for you to tell me why you need a reality lowdown.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective. A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. Nor you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water. The Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city, the great kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest. The fault line, by that I mean, conflicts. Ideological conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Так.
Banged up. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. The motor carriage sits in the salty ocean water, cold and sad. It doesn't have an opinion. A seagull takes off from the half-submerged. You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team. The accident couldn't have happened too long ago. The ice hasn't closed up around the vehicle. The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening, although the sunken motor carriage is probably flattered by you addressing it. Wait for the low tide. Then you should be able to access the cabin. Although the sunk, wait for the low.
Какой еще отлив, блядь?
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the logo is too. As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you, nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant. The tune on your, it's sad that no one and nothing but the sunken vehicle is here. The clouds pass in the sky and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Что за хрень, блядь? Куда я вляпался? Почему я не мог выйти из диалога? Какой, блядь, еще отлив? Сколько он его будет ждать? Это точно дни какие-то будут. Что за говно, блядь? Я не буду это делать.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You're back. Good. What can
Я не буду этим заниматься. Это не по плану моему. Я только все подлутаю.
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles all evidence it. Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point.
Нет, карету сейчас не время осматривать. Мне нужно найти, кто тут ходит с пистолетом. Чё за фигня?
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing it. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Нихера себе там.
A pain of barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be. The pain falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk. The tent is just...
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair. Hold...
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent!
He furrows his brow as his very large...
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chick checker.
Could there be a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? You see a young...
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair. Aggressively so. Imbecilic. Yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecilic. Like his grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire.
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg!
together with a Cell Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. You see, we've been all over GameRock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
ARUS for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate.
Place is a shithole.
I apologize for my friend Noid's potty.
Тут столько побочек, наше расследование, наверное, затянется.
I will, little man. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dancers.
Strike that! The verb!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burners really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky. You know, officer, you really should judge that for yourself. But keep in mind, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. Come on, man. At least think about it first. It's our lives at stake here, our dreams. I'm sure you'll see things differently once you've let me explain it. You guys like questions, right? Cops love questions. Ask me some. You'll see.
Yeah! You got questions, we got answers. I bet he's got a shitload of questions.
That's the spirit. Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scattered them... Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing. He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
If you decide to look into the matter of the church, you know where to find us.
Так, ладно, хрен с ними.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody? You and the sea. Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance and adaptation. The seaside was paradise once. They were birds of that paradise. Then their paradise became shit city. And what did they do? They became urban survivors, eating burgers out. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you. You have. The body remembers. Exactly. The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got that same spirit in you. When the time comes, you push your...
В церковь я пока тоже не хочу идти. Интересно, эти челики тусят постоянно там.
Metal payphone.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pace.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun. You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Feel the threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground! Get on the ground! I want you on the pavement right now! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it. You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed! No! No! I thought Mr. Moran... Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit! Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you're actually a police officer?
Resisting arrest! Confined quarters! Drop your head! Come in, dispatch! Come in for civilian engagement!
She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Off the pavement! You're under arrest! Confined quarters! Assailant coming at me! Split-second decision! Ah, well!
Oh, I see. Okay, the gun was empty.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons. Bullets. Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun. Right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they cheat?
This limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified. Okay, you need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes.
The person who did that is no longer there. No one is right now. The empty shell of an old woman is slowly rocking. She's in stupor. There's no the catatonic woman, especially now that she's unarmed, doesn't seem to be a threat to anyone but herself.
Please leave the radio on. Mr. Moran is on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone? She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search... The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic. Is one of those things a police cap? She doesn't even flinch. The old woman doesn't react to your... The old woman. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this rail. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. It's awful and familiar. Don't be naive. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only that something cold wakes in the pit of it is death. It must be. A sense of dread washes over you as you look ahead.
Так, ладно, надо идти спать. Что? Что-то уже какое-то шуе пошло. Нас чуть не убили, блин. Надо было заролить проверку на всякий случай. Концептуализацию вот это или что там. 8%.
It's getting cold. On the table, you see a bowl of water. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system hums.
Здорово, Соло, и респект.
The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unseen. On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance.
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
first time.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on loop.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day.
For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector.
Are you sure? You could be closing the door on a...
Did you hear that? He's renouncing politics. He's strictly business now.
Just another thoughtless vessel. Plowing the...
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3...
Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world.
Yes?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do.
Yes. Yes.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete.
Lily's our mum.
mister? Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? Uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom? Yeah. Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front. Yes?
You're back. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust. A thousandth of a second too late. For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a coup, but a what? A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-Isla...
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. Anxious to hear more about mineral rights or who got shot in the head? The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended.
We? She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the arms center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights. And not shooting people, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all...
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. Well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Indeed. They piled them in mass graves in Ozon. And, well, that's the last... Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Counts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. About head shooting. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Glad to have been of it. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
It remains.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its... To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
Я не могу, я сейчас ёбнуть. Телеграм этот, блять. Уведомление каждую секунду.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, the post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile melt. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Nothing more nor...
Yes.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Ну нахуя?
Not the RCMs.
Нахуя мне опять окрасили говна? Понятно.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, what I am not is a basic term of reality.
Какая духота, я в шоке, эта бабка, блять. Просто невозможно.
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself.
Меня она бесит.
A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. This place is an unmarked micro-settlement on the coast of Martinez. It's lovely, really. I'm thinking of buying it. Yes, so I can spite Everard and spoil his plans for this place. I'm a petty person, I admit. Don't worry. I'll never get around to it. The information you passed to me will remain. Glad to have been...
Так, окей.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
A strange.
Это бред.
You're back. More lessons
Я не за роль никогда в жизни это.
Strange. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists. You just can't word the question.
Я никогда в жизни не за роль 3%.
More lessons in basic reality.
A strange.
Еще 2 раза пробую.
You're back.
И ухожу от этих бесполезных вопросов. Еще раз пробую и ухожу. Хуйня полная. Я не буду здесь оставаться. Она нам все заруинит, мне кажется. Ни секунды не хочу с ней разговаривать. Так, а что эти чуваки там делают? Где у них... Может быть, нам в церковь еще зайти заодно? Или не надо? Ладно, потом, короче.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Да, отхуярили.
All the old boom. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinket.
Как папа Карло. Отхуярили меня. Что там за фрики пришли к машине?
Oh, it's you again. Very good. That will be 7 real for 1 custom die. Here's the cursed die you ordered.
The phrases read, God is indifferent. Take all. Lose all. 50-50. Nothing happens. And pale.
It's a die. try rolling it.
You throw the ball on the floor, and it ends with one of the phrases facing upwards.
Good. Now roll again, detective.
It lands on exactly the same result.
It's a sphere pretending to be a six-sided die. Each roll will end with one of the phrases facing up. The die originates in except I've weighted the die. When you try rolling it, you realize that each time it gets you exactly the same result. God is indifferent.
It's even worse than she says. God is dead. We live in a forsaken age.
Sorry, I don't have another one ready. You were the one who asked for a cursed die. Good luck, officer. I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer. How did I be? Some of my friends were I've grown crafty over the years. You like your dice, I'm sure of it.
Какая-то хуйня. Когда в ДС? Сейчас через минут 30. Ты пуп пока качай, слышишь? На то, что я приду, бля, и будем сидеть. Маму ебать, молчать. Я в КС уже устал, я уже не хочу в КС. Ну, можно, конечно, ебануть, но... Как-то без энтузиазма.
The copper NATO is back. What do you want? What's that, copper? You want us to help little old lady?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family.
Ну ты одну успеешь загонять. Так что иди.
Hey, wasn't Everott's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Peg.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
В смысле потерял пистолет? Он же у меня.
No? Well, whatever then, copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Walls, like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on the streets.
Yeah? What? The what now?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies at a...
This guy barely understands what...
There you have it. Hell, anything else you want to talk? Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to GameRock and ask the local.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to GameRock? We know Ruby was the drug.
Откуда он знает?
You know that's your affiliation with her. Detective, you want to deliver...
Ее уже не было в этот день. Типа я, что ли, в блокнот записывал? Не было такого.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need, theoretically. Big, strong, knowledge would outcompete the runs on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gang.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly.
But that just sends everyone else to GameRock, doesn't it?
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking...
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to...
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is... How dare you? Go fuck yourself. You sure do love long walks through Dairy Town, don't you? Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer. Got any less theoretical questions, Carl?
He doesn't let it show, but must be a little impressed. You've put a lot of things together, fast. He's practically saying yes. A yes to everything you said.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose. What do you mean? Okay.
No, he won't. This is probably some kind of a joke.
Funny. Don't get hit by a stray bullet.
Morning light. The white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
We are not going to, though, because this is clearly a sports motor carriage. $130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
You lost me there. The Kinema is fast. Feels right at home on the raised motor track. Hard to find something that could...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I help you? Yes, I got the mercenary's name.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of his other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Elise. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
None, officer. Sorry. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice. The name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a metallic drawer slides out. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers, and the radio.
Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like. Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema does have...
He says it with very badly concealed pride. Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook. As you tap on the gate...
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going alternative translation. Don't eat the white suede feels luxury.
Так, а где нам туда взять краску? Что-то я не понял. Понадобится краска и сам по себе творческий порыв. Краска, что-то там в какой-то типа... Я думал, в машине Кима должна быть краска. Хотя это странно как-то.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? Oh man, that's like rolled off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes.
He chooses to believe what's best for her.
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
The correct grammar is Tommy Lahom.
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him. The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Make way for the master poet.
Everything's still cool here, officer. You keep coming back. That's good.
You find your...
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Ну это все, ну это давно все. Так. С этими типами пиздеть надо.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom line neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches. Or skull.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the
part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is...
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arnold.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
A young woman kneels on a sheet of ice, as if looking for something lost ages ago. She bends until her right ear touches the frozen water. She listens to it crack, slowly.
Yep, old as fuck.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door. No wonder you know nothing about the future. You won't be there.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes.
Throw him off his game. You don't feel very scared.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say, but we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls branding anyway. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
These kids have the vocabulary, but might be missing a brain. Wouldn't a grave on top of a grave be just a big hole? What's hard about holes? Filling them up, baby.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the...
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm.
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertnay.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high speed.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Так, алло. Ой, бля, я съебал уже все нахуй. Я уже не могу, блядь. Так, чё тут было-то?
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in GameRock, or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive. Murder?
Mm-hmm. What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though...
Давай, давай, давай. Ну что там режут трафик-то, блядь, сколько можно? Сколько можно, блядь, терпеть это говно? Так. Yoink bing bong. Так, все окей.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking some. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Yes? What is? What are you implying? No, I don't. What are you implying? Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic visit.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you? That ride is fucking light.
Hey, piss.
No. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Oh, man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already am expressing my individuality.
I'm not. I don't have a jacket anymore.
Good. I wanted you not to express yours.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world all on its own is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's colder.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Yes? What about me? That's correct.
That makes him a Beano Cloud.
Are they?
You could use a good, normal peer yourself.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them.
Something the matter, detective?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just the flick of his eyebrow, he's able to make nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. There's a lot of it. If the lieutenant were an evil man, who knows what sort of... Fortunately, he is a committed officer of the RCM. He'll only... The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain
No.
The lieutenant nods.
Good. Let's jam.
Так, ладно, что-то мы какую-то хрень тут наворотили. Некоторое время может потребоваться, да. А тут вроде какие-то мужики ходили, разве нет? Сейчас их здесь нету. Наверное, нам нужно будет на тот берег идти.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. It's called the metal feels cold. The metal.
Да, там какие-то люди на том берегу, да, нам нужно будет все это паролить тоже.
Typicality of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If
It is such a pleasure to see you again.
the purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. Yes, I'm an old.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, yes. Like I said.
Как я с ними этот раз играл? Что я тут выбрал?
Might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp. Ah, yeah. Oh, a superpower. Feel right. Yes. The terrain here provides an interest. Yes.
Heavy artillery.
Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. Sadly, should have.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
This place is a damn big. Yes. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. This year.
Blood ground. You got all reneged.
Damn.
He approved.
The rest of the.
Well,
you don't.
Thinking men have opinions on these
Oh.
things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. I would.
This royal.
Instead, this is just what the commies wanted.
Не, они нам не предложат погамать. Я не помню, что я сделал в тот раз, чтобы с ними сыграть. Я этот шарик, я его просто и выкинул. Их вот этот буль какой-то там, вроде так назывался. Короче, на следующую часть у нас много планов. Мы будем спрашивать всех подряд. Наконец-таки, думаю, пойдем в церковь, опросим вот этого челика о татушках. Тут я не знаю, в принципе, что делать. Куда вот сдавать бутылки вот эти, я тоже не в курсе. Maybe в этот фриты.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows.
Is this about the questions again? Because reality? You mean what reality?
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. I don't know. What about it? I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great. Cool.
A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
You see several. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult. The tear machine stands at bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying.
Дыс, я нашел это.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab.
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge. It just has to be said, that was not a convincing lie.
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. He seems tense.
Fucking
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
The man's breathing.
Don't think so.
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the... You see dead flesh in colourful rivers of polychrome, melting.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush in Benital, 41. Months. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
What's the matter, militiaman? No stomach for it? This man was worth 1,000 loincloths.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's nest is a wise plan anymore.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Краску какую-то найти. Бля, может краска в той машине затопленный? Урыл. Ой, это ничего не скажет нам. Мне кажется, краска там, в той машине. Может быть, какой-то еще элемент брони там будет? Было бы very cool. This выглядит как машина Кима.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely.
You get a sudden. The motor carriage is propped a single day in the salt. The logo is too deep.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here.
The estimate is.
Let's wait for the low tide and see what.
Great idea.
I don't know. An hour or two tops?
А, да? Ну давай.
As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage.
Yes, yes, it does.
The tune on the lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside.
Когда я тут один сидел, тут были разве не для одного человека качели?
The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tip. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Serite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
The world turns as fast as it wants.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. You're, oh God, Harry. Oh, no. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea.
Блять.
So we can start.
Это, оказывается, моя машина.
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the world, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off. That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Yes.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen.
Ну, это вроде какой-то неплохой навык.
Strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fun...
Окей. О, удостоверение. Look at this.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man, you, some seaweed.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner...
Harrier, that's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Everard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
It's meant to keep you safe from bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. Although it looks less grotesque on him, it looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes, the lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, GameRock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 40, it's a tough station to work in. You have all of GameRock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva.
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. The polished wooden handle, it reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in GameRock. It was so long ago. This is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything else, because there is always a rational, sensible, reasonable solution to every situation. Sheathe it.
Yes? What about me? No.
The lieutenant nods.
Good.
У меня какая-то вроде еще была шапка прикольная. Разве нет? Так, ладно, тогда надо заканчивать на сегодня. Ёпта, мы смотри, сколько сделали заданий. Это просто GameRock. Это все каждое задание какое-то. Смотри, сколько всего я сделал. У нас еще 10 000 очков навыков, можно поулучшаться. Так-то. Не, wait. Чтобы с этой поговорить, что там нужно качнуть? Концептуализацию вроде.
You're back. Good. By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in basic reality.
Ух ты, ёпта, блять. Завершил с мысли с Жемивью. Она мне сейчас все расскажет уже, блядь. Но на всякий случай сохранюсь, вдруг не прокнет.
What is all of this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And it's
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell, a term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and what were
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great, there is a Elysium. It does. A term of oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nation...
ORG. Occident Revischolgrad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona, yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it...
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
Я видел в Стиме, что скоро вторая часть выходит. Разве выходит? Я думал, там они что-то все пересрались и не будет второй части.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world.
The cold seeps into you. The air is suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had
Yes.
enough for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole... Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Стоп. Разве я выполнил вот это, типа, задавайте вопросы?
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality.
Good idea.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of property. The further into Pale you travel,
Ну, 97 баллов, я думаю, заслуженно.
right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier.
There's a slippery article in there.
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's Pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference. Oh, it is so difficult for us. It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from... But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
Что ты там, Диман, скачал? И вообще, куда мы сейчас пойдем, если я офну? Или мне не офать? Я не знаю, ты когда спать собираешься? Я что-то разошелся, я бы еще погамал.
The most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise.
Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degraded. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes...
Но мне только, если гаммы, то идти куда-нибудь на Фомас Феймус. На Твинке.
Who says and who argues?
Я бы еще какой-нибудь фильм на самом деле посмотрел. Кстати, вот насчет фильма, я же смотрел этого самого... как он называется? Камикадзе 1989. Дроу Макс. Вот. И там полностью, мне кажется, вдохновились этим фильмом в диско. То есть там такой же шиз-детектив, у него такой же шуешник напарник. Ну, обычный чувак, адекватный. А он такой типа шиз, он ходит в леопардовом пиджаке, в леопардовых штанах. Вот, но вроде не бухает. Только смокает. И там очень много локаций, которые были в игре. Например, они ходили также по крыше, вот типа как Эврар. Тоже у них там есть какой-то там, ну, босс каких-то чуваков. Как Эврар, вот это вот. Они ходили по крыше, как вот мы ходили по крыше. Где контейнер с шизом. Вот, тоже там у них какой-то трупак, который типа с крыши упал, что-то там. Там еще хотели взорвать здание, а там взрывчатка на каком-то 31 этаже, а этого 31 этажа не существует, а потом оказалось, что он существует. Там они что-то всех эвакуировали. Вот. Что там еще есть? Какие-то Кримпа Помпас, что-то там. Крисма Помпас, какие-то там чуваки. Ну, это типа Шуе. Короче, какой-то артхаус от ФРГ. Вот. И, то есть, русского дубляжа или какого-то одноголосного нету. И я вот действительно задумался над тем, чтобы его озвучить. Можно как-то по прошаренному чуть-чуть там менять перевод. Я с субтитрами просто смотрел. Субтитры там тоже, конечно, я в шоке. Там половина написано с ошибками. Там по фасту чувак переводил за день, наверное, субтитры эти сделал. Что все по красоте было, вот я думаю, надо так делать. Куда-нибудь потом, я не знаю, залить на торренты. Торрент само по себе это тема, ну, в ней же нет ничего незаконного. Просто сами торренты превратили в раздачу пиратского контента. А торрент ты же просто типа, ну, передаешь всякие данные между пользователями. Это просто, ну, сама машина. А что ты на ней передаешь, это уже от торрента не зависит. Сам по себе торрент, то что вот он, не знаю, содержал он такую идею или нет, мне кажется, ну, нет, или, ну, я не знаю, короче. Мне кажется, все-таки вряд ли. Ну вот, ну. Моя же озвучка, я ее могу раздать на изи. Просто чисто не пиратский фильм, если, а дорожка с озвучкой, которую ты можешь запустить в VLC фильм вместе с другим файлом, то есть моей дорожкой. Тогда это не нарушит ничего. Потому что всю дорожку сделаю я. Например. Вдохновляли скорее фильм «Прослушка». Я что-то начинал фильм «Прослушка» смотреть. Он тоже какой-то там 50-х годов, что-то ему 100 лет. Какой-то он черно-белый тоже какой-то. Ну, в общем, он 20 века точно. Если мы говорим об одном и том же. Я уже не помню, что там было повествование, давно смотрел. Когда я про прослушку вот сейчас вспоминал, мне пришло на ум еще один фильм «Жизнь других», но это совсем не диско. Но в принципе фильм неплохой.
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
За сколько ты, Макс, прошел диско? Вот у меня сейчас, наверное, часов 20. Может, 21.
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year.
Я смотрю, там что-то больше 50 часов может уйти, если все прям делать. Мы все делаем. У меня прям много заданий, которые я сделал. Вон в понедельник, смотри, сколько я сделал. Во вторник 1 миллиард штук. В среду, в четверг только одно. Но он только начался, в принципе. Она нас, вот этот Джойс, предупреждает, что скоро суета начнется. Надо быстрее дело раскрывать. Но мы пойдем туда, да, мы будем вот эти вот восстанавливать, откуда там пули прилетели. Пойдем на пирс изучать. Зайдем в эту церковь уже наконец-таки.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Perican...
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore. I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this?
Что вы впервые слышали об этом? Вы действительно ничего не помните?
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Пиздец.
Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now? But I did. Anyway.
Damn it, you're a grown man, the lieutenant thinks. Shouldn't have gotten protective hair.
Good luck, detectives.
Alright. Задание мы еще выполнили. This. Решить проблему Эйкомона, я не знаю, что это. Узнать правду о реальности. Я ее не узнал, правду о реальности? Джойс не только богат, но и согласна ответить на ваш вопрос. Спрашивайте ее, что я не спросил.
We're in Martinez. Martinez, you would be excused for not knowing about. I'm not. This place used to be a province. I would be happy to. Unimportant. Those would be
Что я тут не спросил? Блять, тут не выйти из диалога.
Indeed, did they? Yes. Oh, lost. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture captain. Which one? Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. They are anyway.
Какую-то хуйню тыкаю. Можно 10 раз по-разному ответить.
Good. What can I help you with?
Тут потеряешься в этих ответах. Что я не спросил, блять?
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. A bird? Of course you're not, my dear. Of course. Unimportant. They are anyway. Glad to have been of assistance. Well, technic good. More lessons in basic reality? My what world?
The camera of her mind.
Great. There is a term of Elysium there, though. A term of hatred. Let's. I am glad to have been.
Я не знаю, что она может нам рассказать. Мне не выполняется это задание. Я что-то, наверное, не спросил или неправильно ответил. Вот это вот хуйня какая-то дебильная. Она же сказала, что типа я с серостью с этой опозорился.
In basic reality, my favorite what word?
The camera of her mind.
Great. There is a term Elysium. It does. A term of hatred that originates like great. We used to.
Oh, odd.
There's a step. Yes.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say I am, but this is one of the greatest questions you have. It's like the crowning of the world. It's in, but you're.
The cold seeps. Suddenly, the lieutenant observes you both silently. He adjusts his glasses.
Ну и все, тут отсутствие. Тут отсутствие по поводу этой серости. Тут у меня только генератор даты рождения. Не знаю, странная хрень.
Why does she care about the waves so much? Of course. Question time.
Еще не найдено подходящее место. На свидание, блин.
A metal payphone. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still, this feels wrong. End of tone. Someone.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre? Do you have any news about Pierre? He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country. You ruined it and you sold it to foreigners. You don't own anything except give it a thought.
Disconnect tone. Calling. Still again. Someone with a masculine.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, no, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
Who is this? Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? Just tell me what's going on here. Bien, come here.
The sounds are muffled. You can make out two people, a man and a woman called more shouting. You're pretty sure you hear a man saying fuck several times. Then the crackle in the phone line gets violently louder. You hear a faint thunk. You could swear you're hearing furniture falling over.
What the hell are you doing? Big deal?
This has lowered his opinion of you, but only a little.
Let's just go. I've had enough of this phone booth.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is... The lieutenant shrugs. Calling, calling, calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys. Screw you.
Disconnect tone.
Are we about done with this now?
Calling.
I'm tired. Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to.
The man disappeared. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to ring. You close your... Strange. This is not how you started before. 4447. The rotary dial 111, yes, 451 67 451 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full calling. Calling it the saddest sound, both pitiful and terrifying. You feel your pulse rise, calling still, ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment with long windows. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges.
Hello? You're not a high net worth individual, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. You seem drunk. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. No. I want to go to sleep. I'm in Morova, sleeping. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain. Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear. Your hand. She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Блять. Что происходит?
Run to the church. Hope.
Пух, короче. В общем, что мы будем делать дальше? Мы пойдем, наверное, в церковь. Тут этой бабки уже нету, но она типа вечером вроде приходит. Здесь вот я еще не был. С этим челом я еще не разговаривал. Потом мы пойдем, наверное, на лед туда. Там кто-то елозит. Потом мы пойдем к этим чувакам-панкам. Потом мы пойдем в церковь. Короче, как-то так. Хрен его знает. Это задание выполняется, блять. Поспрашивать, узнать правду о реальности. Будет мем, если это самый главный. Самая главная миссия, типа мейн какая-то. После которой я переметнусь куда-то еще. Кто сложил одежду? Мусор. Тут может уйти некоторое время. Много времени. Траекторию выстрела. Короче, всякой духотой мы будем заниматься в 8-й части, я думаю. Вот этого чувака осмотрим. Что это? Пирс? Ну, наверное. Значит, нужно нам осмотреть, откуда был выстрел с пирса, с вот этого. Короче, как так. Все, ладно, я наигрался на сегодня. Тогда, я думаю, до вторника, наверное. Я не знаю, завтра запущу или нет. Наверное, нет. Наверное, хер там. В понедельник тоже. День тяжелый. Это во вторник можно уже. Ну, в общем, как-то так, да. Стрим супер длинный относительно других, на 1,5 часа длиннее. Вот, ну, нормально, нормально. Я хотел вообще утром сегодня запустить, часов в 6 утра. Но при этом я хотел уснуть в 8 вечера. Вот, но там, короче, началась суета, и был мониторинг, и, короче, некогда было. Шурли. Короче, все туда. I'll be back.